and gentlemen, just having a bit of a look, trying to get into the game. I don't know if I need to reboot my server, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me log in. That's not a very good start to the stream, is it, folks? I logged in and it told me the game is paused. I'm like, how is that possible? I'll try and log in again. If not, I might just have to do a quick server restart. There we go. That looks better. Better. I was hoping to have this bit done before I went live, but unfortunately I had to log out again because it was the game was paused and I couldn't log in as admin and unpause it. Not to worry, folks. Right, I am missing game audio in my headphones as well, so I need my voice meter application. I need to turn on my headphones. Harold Bog, welcome back. Welcome back. Right, we're logged in. I am admin. Server is running. We're no longer paused. All is looking good for a night of farming. Just need to run round and obviously get the map synchronised a little bit. Get everything in sync. Nice potato harvest for Mr. Helgi to do when he logs in. $338 grand. It's not a lot of money. Start. Fields synchronized. Need to get this field seeded. Reseeded. At some point. Definitely need to chuck some crops on there. Maybe oats next, I think. Maybe oats next on that field. We got over here, we've got the alfalfa, which is ready to harvest. Two fields of alfalfa. Got a little field 9 in here as well. Ready to do. Soybeans are still growing nicely. No worries there. That's going to be a big, massive harvest eventually. So let's have a quick look, Ski. Let's, first of all, turn on our grass. And of course the sugar cane. The sugar cane which is not yet ready for harvesting. How many litres of milk have we got? 6,000. Still a lot more. Quick check on the machines. How the machine's doing. Probably need to empty the pig food machine. Because it seems to have stopped functioning. I'm hoping that's emptying a little bit. Difference between cows and Brahmin? None. None in the vanilla game. They're exactly the same. Again, one is intended more for use on American maps, which would be the Brahmin, and the cows are more for like the European maps if you wanted to keep it sort of real. But they have no actual functional difference. One hour to go. 1 hour to go to what? Am I missing something? Giants Live Alpine map reveal. We've already seen it. We saw it at we saw the Alpine map at the at FarmCon. We saw it then. Well, at least I did. I saw the map at FarmCon and all the equipment and stuff. So I'm just waiting to play it next week. I'm just waiting to play it next Tuesday. You know, I don't really want to watch. I don't want to watch or read any more fact sheets or anything like that. I'd sooner just download it and play it next week. Need some hay, I think. Need some hay. We don't have a whole lot of hay. They're giving away a 3080. That's nice. That's nice. It won't be any good to me because I don't have a power supply that could run a 3080. I need to upgrade my power supply in my computer before I can get a new graphics card. I'm also in the bracket that I think I'll be getting the 3090 rather than a 3080. Because again, for my video work and my streaming and stuff, a 3090 is going to be better for me. What am I using? Currently, I'm using a GTX 1070. I'm using an old 1070 graphics card in my PC currently. Oh, that was a bit of lag. So I will be upgrading my graphics card at some point. The problem is that I need to upgrade the power supply first. Because my 650 watt power supply isn't going to cut it on these new graphics cards. You need 750 watts minimum. And then because of course I run loads of extra hard disks and stuff in my PC, I'm actually probably going to need an 850 power supply. And if I'm being really cautious, I may as well get a 1000 watt. And then I've got a bit of headroom. Especially if I decide down the road at a later date to get a second 3090 and do an SLI, 3090 SLI setup. Which would be massively overkill. But we'll see. Right, so that's all nicely done there. I can't believe we've run out of hay. As in, like, full-on hay. So the TMR mixer's not working at all at the minute. We have no hay in any of our silos. How would we run out of hay? I don't get it. So I may have to do the mowing to start with. Field 1 and 2. But yeah, it's nice if Giants are giving away a 3080 graphics card. I don't know if Giants actually realise that their game will not use a 3080 graphics card and will not take advantage of a 3080 graphics card. But hey, but let's not have that discussion, shall we? Because I know people get a bit touchy. People get a little bit upset when you start talking about such things, as I discovered the other day when I made a comment similar to that on the Giants forums, and about an hour later some sad trolly individual had gone on to my YouTube channel and went through all my Snetterton Farms videos and clicking the dislike button on every one of them. It's like, you sad little person. You sad little person. Because you bought a console instead of a PC, and now you're getting the blame for it. Giant's engine isn't broken. No, it's not broken. It's just that it's built for a certain amount of hardware, and it will only use that spec of hardware. Even if you take Giant's engine and put it in a super fancy awesome PC rig, it doesn't use what is available to it. It's completely limited to using only, like, you know, 2 gig of RAM, 1 core of your processor, about 20% of your GPU. For a PC game, Farming Simulator is terribly, terribly unoptimized. Doesn't take advantage at all of a computer, because it's limited by the consoles. It's limited by consoles, by the old PlayStation 4 and the old Xbox, which are like 12 years old at this point. And because of that, because they don't think ahead, they didn't think when they made the game, let's make an engine, a game engine, that can actually adapt. If you actually put it on a system that has loads of RAM spare, loads of cores spare, loads of GPU spare, the engine can actually go, ooh, I will use that, and grab as much of it as it can. But it doesn't. We need adaptive engines this generation. We need an adaptive engine that can scale with the machine that you're playing it on. That's what we need, folks. Next gen will change all that. It won't, though, Richard, sadly. Because again, as long as they keep building the game with console in mind, building it for consoles first, the PC version will always be a dog turd, you know? What we need to happen is for Giants to actually make the PC version completely separate. And build the PC version for PCs completely separate from consoles. Put the console version of the game into the same group as, like, the mobile version. You know, Farming Simulator 20. That should be the console version of the game. All the consoles and mobile phones and tablets and stuff, they should all have the same version of the game. And all as PC guys, we should get a version of the game that takes advantage of our PCs. It's built for our PCs, you know? I mean, the funniest thing I've seen in the last few days is the people that think that by getting a PlayStation 5, they'll be able to play Farm Sim on PlayStation 5 with more slots, better graphics. It's like, you do realise it's not going to change. Just because the PlayStation 5 is backwards compatible doesn't actually mean the game's going to change. You're still going to be playing the same old game, just on a new machine. You're still going to have slot limits, folks. You're still going to only be able to download, you know, a gigabyte of mods. Because these are hard restrictions put on by Sony and Microsoft. Let's see, this is the first time mowing this field since we combined it. So let's see how much hay we can make, shall we? Because we're going to need quite a bit if we want that TMR machine running. I mean, I know technically I think we've got a bit of TMR in the silo now. We've managed to make quite a bit. The problem is with the TMR machine, it doesn't accept like the alfalfa. We can't use the alfalfa as a hay substitute, which would have been really nice if we could have used like dry alfalfa instead of hay, because then we would have plenty available. But sadly, GTX's mod only uses what's available in the base game, so it's hay, straw, silage, and it's fixed at that. Can't even use alfalfa silage to make TMR. Is again a bit broken, and I know there are other mods that would let you possibly do that, but again, don't want to download too many mods for the server. This map, like I say, maybe the next map that we move to, I'll be running some different mods that I've not run before and trying to figure those out on stream and stuff. So that might be a bit more. I won't be running the Alpine map on stream though. I can guarantee you that. I won't be running a Giants map ever on stream on a server. I might look at it in single player briefly, but I honestly don't see me playing on the Alpine map too much. And I might not even use a lot of the equipment, to be fair, because it's quite small. Most of it's all small stuff. I mean, it'll be nice to use the electric tractor just for the novelty of using an electric tractor. Could well be that it doesn't have the horsepower to actually do any meaningful work. It could be that you load it up and you're like, I'm not going to be able to plough a field with it. I'm not going to be able to do a lot of seeding or cultivating or anything, so it might lose its advantages a little bit. Yeah. Dinner time. Dinner, 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 Batman. So there we go. Grass is mowed. Now I'm going to have to ted it. Collect it. See how much we've got. Hopefully enough to keep the cow food machine running. I wonder if I've picked up a load of regular old grass, just regular old, you know, regular old, not very important grass at some point. I know we do need grass as well for feeding the animals, but I wonder if I've maybe picked up too much grass and not actually done enough hay. But we'll see. So we'll right, I'll go grab my dinner. I'll be right back in a second. Fucking hell. Burnt me hand. I have. Fucking idiot puts the plate back in the fucking oven. We'll get the grass tedded. Need to windrow it. And then obviously loading wagon. Plenty of hay picked up. And I apologise if I'm being a bit quiet at the minute. And I've gone a bit quiet, but I'm absolutely freaking raging inside. Absolutely raging about me dinner. So sorry everyone, I don't mean to take it out on you watching, and I don't want to give you the silent treatment, but I'm freaking angry. Fucking hand. Burnt myself. And that's it. You know, that's like the final straw, that is. We need to tidy this little bit up because I didn't quite manage to get all of this row on the right there. Knowing how to set the GPS on the mower, at what distance I ought to set the GPS on the mower to make sure that when we're tedding, we're able to ted a couple of rows at the same time, you know. Nothing quite as bad as like I say, when you start windrowing and then you find out you've got bits of grass mixed in with your hay, which your loading wagon doesn't like, or your baler doesn't like. You have to go down that row again because I've missed some. Yeah, 9 meters isn't wide enough. I think I need to set the mower to maybe about 8 meters. I know technically the mower is 10 meters wide, but that's too big for the tedder then. So I want to be able to ted a couple of rows field at once. I'm going to need to be able to you have to set the mower to mow shorter, narrower rows, basically. Set the mower to about 8 meters next time, or 7.5 or something like that, and then I can definitely ted a couple of rows at the same time then. I'll tell you what, it's much easier to make hay in this game than it is in Cattle and Crops. Flipping heck, does Cattle and Crops make it complicated to get hay. Freaking what a prat about. What are you getting excited outside? Hooting their honker in their car? Hooting and tooting? Don't even know why they're out in their car. They're not supposed to leave the house. It's locked down, remember? You're out in your car, you're obviously breaking lockdown. Arrest everybody you see driving. Well, it should be easy enough to send them tickets and penalty notices. Enough cameras. I didn't like that. That seemed to swing round way more than I wanted it to, that tractor. I'd like a tedder that cuts out the bit in the middle and just connects directly on the back of the tractor. I think that would be awesome. Be a lot easier to use. A bit like a plough, when the plough connects straight on the back of the tractor. Much nicer. Nicely tedded. One of the things I'm going to do as well, I think tonight, as an experiment, I might take a regular combine harvester over to the alfalfa and start harvesting and see what I get. Rather than mow it, just do like one lane, just one strip, and see what happens. Do we actually get a different crop? Because I appreciate when we mow it, we get like grass windrow, we get alfalfa windrow, and then obviously when we ted it, we get dry alfalfa windrow. And then if we chuck in either of those into the machine, we get alfalfa silage. I appreciate that. I'm just wondering what happens if we attack the alfalfa with a proper harvester. Oh. What I want to try and do is bring as much of this windrow away from the field edge as I can. strangely, there's like little lumps everywhere that this windrower keeps making. Bit confused as to why. Like down here, why has it made lumps? Need to move that way. Windrower's missing spots. Why is it doing? Is that because of the field? You can hand it when you want to pick this all up very, you know, quickly and efficiently in a few minutes' time, to have to deal with all these flipping spots everywhere. Whoa, what's going on? Like, seriously? I must be getting some lag, I think. I'll be a bit laggy tonight. Server might be. I don't know. Where are we going to go? Do I want to go there or do I want to start at the bottom and come back up? So many decisions. Feel I need to have a go at this row again. There we go. And that doofer then makes that fine. Obviously that's going to be a bit hard to pick up in one go with the loading wagon, but stops you shunting around at the edges of the field if you just back up a little bit with the windrower. Done it again, look. Keeps missing bits. For a better windrower than this. What are my aims for today's stream? Hopefully to get enough hay that I can get the cow food machine running again and producing TMR. And then I would like to get oats planted on field 78. Get that crop growing. I'm not going to do the potato harvest. I'm going to leave that for Mr. Helgi, because I did all the sugar beet harvesting and did all the work yesterday on the map. So, you know, he's going to have to pull his weight a bit more. Like I say, I would like to just maybe try combine harvesting a single strip of alfalfa just to see if it does produce something different. Because so far, we've only ever I've only ever mowed it. I've only ever mowed the alfalfa, so I don't know if we get anything extra if we actually did it with like a normal combine. I don't know if it would necessarily be a good crop that has a high self price. I don't think alfalfa on its own is particularly a selly sort of crop. Looking at the pricing screen, I can pull up and show you guys in a minute. If we was to look at alfalfa, if you can sell alfalfa on its own, that is. I think it's only one place on the map that buys it, and that's Agraz Land Trade, and it's 188 bucks. That's not a lot of money, and I wonder then if it's even worth doing it. It certainly probably wouldn't be worth doing alfalfa in that sense. It's much better to do it for animal food. Difficult manoeuvring this. Wheat seed. Why do you need wheat seed? In Farm Sim, seed is universal. What seed will plant everything. You just need to change your seeder. You just need to change your seeder to plant a different crop. There is no wheat seed, unless you're using unless you're using the realistic seeder mod, in which case then you might have to buy wheat seed from the shop. Seed can be acquired in several different ways on a map. Some maps have refill points where you can go and buy the seed. If they don't have refill points, you can buy the seed from the shop, and they are available in pallets. So, big bag of seed there, 1,000 litres, $900. So you can go and get your, you can either get your seed from the store, or if you, like I say, you're playing on a map that has refill points, you can get it from refill points. This map has a refill point right there, next to the silo. So when we want to buy seed and fertilizer and stuff, we can just come and get it from over here. So we get all our seed from here. We can buy it directly from there. But if you want to buy it in pallet form, you get it from the shop. Not every map will have refill points. No, some maps don't. You can get placeable refill points, which you can put on the map yourself. They tend to come at a bit of a premium, in that the price you pay for the seed and stuff from those tends to be a lot higher than if you went and bought it from the store, because you're paying for the convenience of having it where you want it. Looks like I ran out of straw, maybe, then in that machine. I thought I'd run out of hay, but I haven't run out of hay. I think I've run out of straw. And I'll have to fill that up in a minute. I'll get all the hay picked up first, and then we'll look at the machines. Again, one thing I commonly notice in multiplayer is that I tend to be the guy that ends up having to constantly check all the machines all the time and make sure the machines are filled up and make sure the machines are running. It's like other players don't think that that needs to be done. Other players don't think that that's a thing. I'm sure they think like little magical fairies come along and do it automatically for them. It's not the case. Always a bit of a game, loading, wagoning and baling, because if you have big windrows, your machine misses more than it picks up. I think. I'm full anyway, that's why I'm not picking anything up. I got full. Set this round to the silo. Then I'll as I empty this, I'll grab a trailer. I'll grab some straw while I'm here. And then I can fill up the machine as I drive past it. Wondered what that was then. It was a cow moving. I was like, huh? Somebody else on the map? I was like, no, it's just a cow. It's just a moo cow. There we go. That machine will be running again. Need to get round to putting some more straw in it next time. I think again, when I go and empty the hay next time round, I'll do again. I'll fill up with straw before I leave the silo, quickly spin round and drop some straw into the cow machine. Then after that I can do silage time after that. Animals can be pretty brutal in this game. If you don't have a lot of people working, making all the stuff, they can be very difficult to look after, especially when their numbers start getting quite high. You know, when you start getting a few hundred cows and a few hundred pigs, and their demands can be astronomical. So again, like in single player, I tend to not worry too much about the animals too much. I get chickens and I get sheep. Chickens and sheep are about usually the only two animals I tend to mess with in single player, because they make eggs and they make wool, which you can sell and make loads of money. The other animals just seem to be a great expense and time sink. I mean, yeah, in the past I've played around with the maps that I've played on. I've edited files a little bit to try and make the animals a little bit more profitable. Things like the cows and the pigs, by making them have a slightly higher sell price. So when you actually come to sell them, providing you use a trailer and take them to the dealership and sell them at the dealership, you don't just sell them from the menu, you can get a higher price for them. Which then means that if you're breeding cows, you know, breeding cows or breeding pigs, you're simulating that type of thing. You can make money and they become profitable. Otherwise, generally what you find with the default settings on the animals, the default game settings on things like the pigs and sheep and cows and stuff, is that you'll never make any money from them because their price doesn't. You put it this way, I like to have it set up in my game so that when I buy animals, they are, you know, if I buy a cow, say for example, for argument's sake, let's say I buy a cow and it's £100. A brand new cow, baby cow, is £100. When I sell that cow, I want the full grown cow to be £1,000. Then you see how you're making money. But most maps in the game aren't set up like that. And you if you want to set that up yourself, you can do. It's easy enough to do. You just need to change the animal husbandry file within the map. just eat dry pancakes, shall I? These are supposed to be duck pancakes that I've had previously, but I'm not really in the mood for them now. It's not the greatest of food to have when you're trying to stream, because it's very hands. It requires hands. Bad. Kind of wish the chef would know that, and the chef would get the understand. Don't want food that requires a lot of hands to eat when I'm streaming. In fact, ideally, I won't want food at all while I'm streaming. I'd prefer to have my food done before I start streaming. Pancakes should never be crunchy. They have been cooked too long. Where it gets a little lumpy dumpy. Full. I got full. Yeah, the limiting factor here is loading wagons. 68,000 litre maximum capacity. It's a little bit of an issue. It does require me to make multiple trips to the silo. I do miss that shooter maker. I do miss the shooter maker mod, which had the like the wind rowers built into it. I don't know if I necessarily want to add that back onto a server because certain Mr. Helgi like abuses it. You've got a 100,000 litre trailer. That's fine. 100,000 litre trailers are okay. The problem is that a trailer by itself can't collect, the trailer by itself can't collect hay. Can't pick hay up off the field with a normal trailer. Oh, I've got some big trailers. I've got a trailer that's 150,000 litres. I just can't pick grass up with hay up with it. That's the problem. Loading wagons are a bit of a limit. If I could get a loading wagon with 150,000 litre capacity and a 10 metre wide pickup, I would be in heaven. That would make my job so much easier. Oh yeah, there are mods out there with, there are definitely mods out there with bigger capacities. I just don't have one on the server. I have them on my computer. I have them on in other folders on single player saves. I just don't put them on the server because I don't like to use too many of the cheat mods on the servers because there's no need for it. Because ideally, you should have the players to do all the work, you know? Do all the stuff that needs to be done. When you're playing multiplayer, all the players should be able to do everything. In single player, obviously, where you don't have that luxury, it's nice to have some mods that can make your life a little bit easier. And improve your quality of life a little bit, definitely. Good thing is, we are nearly finished. We are nearly finished with the hay. Look at that, look, full. So close, so far. Couldn't quite get all of the hay in that last trailer. I think I might take another load of silage while I'm here, just to put in the cow machine. Kill two birds with one stone. Glitchy into the wall a bit, huh? Last bit. Yeah, done. That's all the hay. That is all the hay collected. Leave that tractor there for a minute. Machines are rocking. Our food machine is rocking. Got 145,000 litres of food sat ready in it, waiting to go. Good. So next task. I am thinking maybe seeding, possibly. Before I go tackle alfalfa. Grab my quad track. And I want to be planting oats. Do like this case quad track. It's a big meaty machine, this. sure there's a spot there. Where there's no grass. Wrong button. Will do. Think. Must have just missed a tiny little spot when I was painting the terrain after we ploughed this field together. And I noticed it the other day as well, and I was like, I'm not sure I missed a spot there. And it's just bothering me. Every time I see it, it bothers me. So I'm like, gotta paint over that. Got to paint over that. Thanks for making the ASM video. Really well done tutorial. Thank you, Captain Pickles. As I say, that video is very, 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 very old. I'm surprised so many people still watch it and still find it helpful, because I would have thought it would have been very out of date by now. I would have thought, you know, that would have been really, really out of date. But I think it's still probably one of the most watched videos on my channel. Even if I tend not to give it too much notice these days. I know a lot of people still keep posting comments on it, and I generally don't respond to the comments on the video anymore, because again, I don't play the game anymore, so I don't really feel like I know enough about the current state of the game that I can help. Like I say, I'm a bit surprised that it's still very useful and it still works. But hey, if it's helpful to people, then hey, I'm happy. And maybe that means the game hasn't changed as much in the last 3 or 4 years as it probably should have done. So if that video is still relevant, it means the game hasn't moved on. Which means it's probably not a game that It's probably not a game I'll go back to play anytime soon then. Because I pretty much did everything I could with that game when I was playing it. And when I was really into it, I pretty much did everything that there was to do in it. And then I was like, hit a bit of a wall now. Which is why I then started running my own servers. Try and make it a little bit more interesting for me. But even in the end, that got old. And then I was just like, nah, I'm done. Done with this game. I've got my money's worth. Time to move on and play something else. Must try and remember as well that I've got to go back to the other side of the field and finish that side off as well. Gonna need some fertiliser soon. I'm running low on fertiliser in this planter. That's because I did do the... What was the contracts we did the other day? I can't remember. Was it sunflower seeding I did? Can't remember now. I know whatever contracts we did, we used a heck of a lot of seed, but I wasn't refilling the fertiliser. So, got to the stage where... And then it turned out that the fertiliser is a complete waste of time when you're doing contracts because the farmers don't use it. Yeah, we did sugar beets. We planted the sugar beets on field 22. And the wheat on field 20. That was it. I remember. And the second I hit the contract complete button, it took the fertiliser off the field, and I was like, well, that was a waste. So there's a handy tip for people out there. If you are going to be doing seeding contracts or sowing contracts in the game, what you want to do is make sure your seeder does not have any fertiliser in it before you start the contract. Empty the fertiliser out because the farmer's not paying you for it. So don't use it. Just put the seed on. He'll pay you. He will offer you separate fertilising contracts later on. Like spraying or stuff, so you might as well just wait till then. What was that I just got a notification for? On the tube of you? That. Dum, dum, dum. Just wondering. Curiosity now is in my brain. What other seeders have we got, potentially? No, this is 12 metres, but can we get anything that's a little bit bigger? What do I put on a field after I've sown it? Well, depending on the condition of the field, you might need to put fertiliser on it, obviously, if you're not at 2 stages of fertiliser. So right now, fields 1 and 2 need extra fertiliser putting on. That has only got 1 coat of fertiliser on it. Whereas obviously field 3 and 5 and my other fields have all got the full amount of fertiliser. So I need to put fertiliser on fields 1 and 2 and fields 4. This field here is being fertilised as I'm seeding, so I don't need to put anything else on it afterwards. The only other thing you may have to do, if you are playing with weeds turned on, once the weeds appear on your field, you may have to weed the field or spray it with herbicide to get rid of the weeds and kill the weeds. But generally, once you've sown a field, you're kind of done until it's ready to harvest. I mean, people do things do the whole process a little bit differently. I personally like to do all my fertilizing and stuff before I seed the field, so that the minute the seed goes in the ground, I'm done with the field. I don't have to do anything else to it. There are other people that like to put the seed in the ground and then do all their fertilizing as the crop is growing. There's no right or wrong way of doing it. The only thing about doing it the way I do it, by doing all the fertilizing first, is that you're not going to run the risk of doing any kind of crop destruction. Because, you know, you suddenly go driving off into a field with fertilizer on it, and you've got the wrong tractor with the wrong tyres, you're going to do more damage than you are good. Good evening, Mr. Helgi. Or, looking at the time, nearly good morning. Crikey, you're late today. I'm nearly finished. I'm like, yeah, by the time I put the seed on this, field, I'm about done for the day, I think. No, I've done enough work. I'm ready to put my feet up. Have a relax. Mowed the grass, tedded the grass, windrowed the grass. I've done all that. Doing the seeding now. I was going to have a bit of a play with the alfalfa, which I might still do, just out of curiosity, just to see for science what happens if you try to harvest the alfalfa with a combine. I might do that experiment right here, live on stream. I've got field 4 to seed as well. I was going to go seed that in a minute. I'm going to put barley on field 4, I think. Try and get some of them crops that we're kind of a little bit short of. Mr. Helby's arrived, which is great because his potatoes are waiting. His potatoes are waiting for him. That I was able to tab out, log into Discord, tab back in, and I still hadn't finished synchronising with other players.
What do you mean? My potatoes are waiting?
Potatoes are waiting for you.
Potatoes?
Yeah, your potatoes are waiting for
You
you
mean
to
the
go and
field
harvest
5?
them. Yeah. Ones that were
Yeah,
waiting for you last night.
should we seed field 4 first? Just mentioned barley.
Yeah, if you want to seed field 4 first, you can do. As if that's some kind of special ploy, but let it be known, I have no intention of going anywhere near any potatoes tonight. I am a root crop free zone tonight. I have overdosed on root crop in the last 24 hours, so doctor says I have to take a break. Ba-bum. So you've played some Elite today.
Yep.
I played some F1. I didn't like it. Didn't like it. Then played a little bit of Call of the Wild. Definitely preferred that. And then jumped into Farm Sim.
Yeah, I just started some days ago. I started fresh with my second account. After some time, it's just right now the game I don't like doing all this engineering stuff, and I don't like that. But building up a game and getting new, bigger ships, and it's quite fun.
Not being rude, but can I turn Hell Get Us down a bit? Can I turn Hell Get Us down a bit? Is he a bit loud for you guys? Let me see. Discord is already on -5 output. Let's see if I can lower
1, 2,
that
3, 1, 2, test, 1, 1, test, 1, 1, 1.
I've lowered Discord to -10 then.
That's not rude, that's just a good feedback. Fine.
What I don't want to do is mess with the volumes in Discord, because then I wouldn't be able to hear you in my headphones, and I like to hear you in my headphones. But if it's loud on the stream, I can mess with that in OBS, I think. So hopefully he's a little bit quieter now. Because I've lowered him from
Especially when I'm not
-5
saying
to...
anything.
I've lowered him from -5 to -10. But generally speaking, I've got everything very quiet on stream. I've got the game volume very quiet, which is probably what causes a bit of confusion. Because I've got the game volume turned down quite a lot in my settings. I'm only on 30% volume. And in OBS, I've got the game volume down as well. So I think if I
Make sure I don't sneeze and cough.
if I had the game volume at my sort of normal level, you probably wouldn't have sounded quite as loud. But then I must be quite loud because I don't change my mic volume. I leave my mic volume at a level. So I must be really loud compared to everything else. And I must have the microphone switched on today because nobody's told me I'm muted.
Yeah, I don't have the stream game sound on because I don't like hearing myself after I speak, and I don't want to hear you twice.
The slightly dangerous thing is because I have played Formula 1, there is every risk that the microphone would be muted on the stream. Because when I'm recording Formula 1, I don't record the microphone whilst I'm playing.
Do you afterwards record, or?
I record the Formula 1 stuff after, yeah. When I play Formula 1, I just record the game.
You need to concentrate as well, right?
Yeah, and plus, if I was trying to record the voice at the same time as I'm playing, all you would probably hear in the microphone is my horrible wheel, the noise of my wheel.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which I don't bother with, which is obviously going to annoy everybody. So what I do is once I've got all the video recorded for Formula 1, I go into obviously my editing software, Vegas, put all the video into Vegas. I then edit the video for how I want the episode to be. Once I've got the video edited, I then go back to the start of the video, hit the record button, and then I record the commentary afterwards. Which is why it takes so long to make a Formula 1 video. Because you've got to play the game, and record it, you've then got to edit the video, you've then got to record the commentary, you've then got to render the video, and then you've got to upload it. So that's like 5 steps to make one video.
And after 15 hours, you're done.
Yeah, after about 15 hours, it's done.
Oh, my.
It's done. It gets scheduled.
Too much for me.
It gets scheduled.
Too much
It goes live, and 5 people watch it, and that's it.
Yeah, too much work.
So much work for very little reward. For the 5 people that watch the Formula 1 videos, I'm glad you enjoy them. There will be 2 this weekend, by the way. There will be a video tomorrow, and then there'll be a video on Sunday, because obviously there's no real Formula 1 this weekend. They have a break this weekend, so I've decided to give everybody an extra video this weekend to make up for it, just in case you start having withdrawal symptoms. And then I believe I only have 4 races left in my current season, and I'll be able to get that done hopefully next week. Get the season finished off, and then decide what I'm going to do next.
After Formula 1, there is Formula 2, then Formula 3,
No,
Formula 4,
no,
Formula 5.
it actually goes the opposite way, Mr. Helgi, in real life.
Oh, shit.
You start in Formula 5, you then go to Formula 4, then to Formula 3, then to Formula 2, and then to Formula 1. And then after that, you're done.
Formula 0.
For example, in the career mode, I started in Formula 2. The first year I was in Formula 2, which I won and then got promoted into Formula 1 for this year, the second year. And at the end of this second year, I need to decide what I'm going to do. Whether I'm going to stay with the same team for year 3, or whether I'm going to try and get a better contract somewhere else. As much as I have enjoyed this second season, I feel the team I'm driving for maybe lacks the same ambition that I do. Doesn't quite share the same ambition.
Don't pay enough.
The fact that it's not upgrading any of the factory facilities makes me a little bit nervous, because that means we can't make any new parts for the car. We can't develop any new upgrades, which means to me they're not as ambitious about the future as I am. Of course, I'm waiting to see what happens with Billy Bottas. I am. Billy Bottas holds the crucial role in the season mode at the minute. Because right now he's on that borderline between having failed to finish more races than he's actually finished. And I think if he carries on in that form of failing to finish races, he's going to get sacked. And if he gets sacked, then hopefully I might get the chance to take over his seat. And then I'll be able to drive a Mercedes then, and that'll be very nice. I'll be able to sit down and have nice chats with Mr. Toto Wolff, and I'll be able to share information with Lewis, and it'd be brilliant. But it all depends on whether we can get Bottas sacked. So I might have to keep nudging him into the wall every chance I get. Wasn't me. Wasn't me, officer. He totally crashed all by himself.
Oh, look, there's a potato field.
There is a potato field, yes. I'm wondering if there's any contracts yet for Field 17. I noticed the guy got rid of his cotton the other day. His cotton's finally disappeared, so I'm wondering if there's any like groovy contracts on that field. Ploughing or cultivating or seeding or anything that I can
No field 17.
maybe go off and do and have some fun.
No field 17 missions. Contracts, whatever. Some 3 fertilizing jobs.
fertilising jobs. 20, 22? Are they in there?
On the big, yeah, big fields, yeah. Paying good money.
Do on the big fields. Fertilising contracts on big fields pay very nicely. I think I've got 2 more rows to do on this field and then it will be done. And all the oats will have been seeded. And we'll have a big, massive oat harvest. In the not too distant future. Some crops.
I'm almost finished with seeding this field 4. You can see that these 7, 8 are quite big fields, so it takes some time.
Yeah. Like I say, I was just having a brief look in the store to see if there was like any bigger seeders or planters that I could get to make my life a bit easier, but...
The Amazon. Usually the Amazon are quite big.
Yeah, they've got decent working width. I think it's only about 3 meters bigger than the one I've got now. And I don't know, but I think this one holds more seed and stuff. Which is...
Could be,
another kind of critical thing to take into consideration when you're doing any kind of seeding.
What's the width you're seeding with this one?
12.
12?
Yeah, this is 12 meters, this one.
Ah, this is 9, okay. Mine is 9 meters. Yeah.
I don't think there's many of the bigger seeders or planters that hold as much seed and fertiliser as these two. I think that's kind of where we are in a little bit of a lucky spot. These both of our seeders currently hold a lot of seed and fertiliser, which means we don't have to refill all the time. Unless we're doing potatoes or something stupid like that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas some of the other seeders will run out very, very fast. Plus they'll have that really annoying thing where they hold more fertiliser than they do seed, which always confuses me in a seeder and planter, because surely the ability to hold seed is the most important function for a seeder or planter.
Yep.
Especially if you don't really use a lot of fertiliser when you're seeding. I'll go give it a refill. Careful chickens, you'll get squished. Look both ways before you cross the road, chickens. Yeah, 9,000 litres of seed and 4,500 litres of fertiliser. That's a lot. It's a lot in a planter. I don't know if there's any others that are going to be as useful. See, that Great Plains, that's only 12 metres, so that's not an upgrade. That's about the same size. So all the planters are about the same size. I mean, seeder-wise, you'd have to start looking at maybe getting into like the air cart territory then, if you want bigger. Paralink hoe drill. How do you put lime on a field? You need to use a fertiliser spreader. So you need to use fertilizing technology, and you need to use one of the machines that accepts lime. So the Bradles, the 2 Bradles will do it. And if you've got mods, the John Deere will do it, and the Sulky will do it too. The Sulky X50 Econov. We're currently using the John Deere one on this map, because then we have one machine that can do fertilizing and spraying and lime spreading. We don't have to worry about damaging crops because it's got crop friendly tyres as well. So our little John Deere there is perfect for lime spreading. But generally speaking, you only want to put lime on the field after you've harvested, prior to ploughing or cultivating. You don't want to put lime on the field after you've seeded it, because that doesn't work. Lime has to be applied before you seed. Speaking of fertilising, I can go spray the grass now.
The grass?
The grass. Yeah, the grass that I mowed earlier this evening, made into lovely hay to feed to the cows, is now ready to be fertiliser sprayed. So it can grow again. What was that nonsense? May have unfolded that too close to the fence. Right. Just minding my own business in the sprayer, when suddenly it jumps sideways across the map. It's like, what's going on? I was a little bit too close. Where it gets a little bit cool. Doing the spraying down this edge of the field. It's your potato harvester.
Yes, indeed. It's a fine machine. It's only half repaired and half full of fuel, but okay. Can accept that.
Fine, that's perfect. That'll be perfect to do that field. And then it'll be ready for a proper refueling and a proper repairing after. Won't it? Hmm?
You feel guilty?
Me? No, of course not.
Thought so.
Like I say, I don't feel this overwhelming need to keep the fuel gauges and the repair bars right at the top all the time,
In
constantly on
Germany
all the
we say,
machines.
der betroffene Hund bellt. The what's it called? Let me try to translate it. The guilty dog barks.
Well, I put it this way: in real life, I don't take my car to the garage until it's fallen to pieces.
In real life, I buy a new one when the ashtray is full.
Yeah.
If I had a car. Where I come from, we don't need cars. We don't need roads. Just need train tracks.
Train tracks. We have now reached this evening's part of the stream where we are going to attempt things for science.
Harvesting alfalfa with a harvester. Well,
I'm just curious to see if it does anything.
up to now we have done it with a mower.
Yes, we know the mower works, but does it work with a harvester? That is the 10-cent question.
Maybe you need a corn header.
If I harvest it with a harvester, do I get a different crop? Is also the thing
Is
that
the
we're gonna
header
find
telling
out.
you that it works for alfalfa?
I'm not even going to look at that. I'm just going to be surprised in 2 seconds' time when I start driving through the field. I know it's a bit risky, but hey, the science.
Not hay. Well, in my book, the header doesn't work for alfalfa.
Mr. Helgi says it doesn't work. What does the stream say? What does everybody in the chat say? Is this going to work or not?
They say crop destruction.
Is this going to work or not? And if it does work, what am I going to get out of the field?
What the result is.
You got 5 seconds to get those fingers typing. 1.
It's not working.
2. 3.
I say it's not working at all.
5. Right, let's commence experiment. And Mr. Helgi would be right. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Can't harvest alfalfa with a combine harvester. So, now does that mean I have to use a corn header? Is that the next?
No, it doesn't work either.
Is that the next experiment?
It's not working either.
Right. So there's no...
You can do it. You can try it with the potato harvester later.
So what I'm really curious to know then, what I'm curious to know is how do we eventually get to harvest alfalfa? How do we harvest just
The
alfalfa?
original.
We know how to do alfalfa windrow because we do that with the mower now. But how do we get normal alfalfa? That's the bit.
There's a hand tool.
That's the bit. Cut it with a pair of skizzers. Yeah, we could use skizzers.
You can ask Stevie. He made it.
Dear Stevie, how do we harvest alfalfa? Maybe with a forage harvester. Looks very much like it needs to be done with a forage harvester. In that case...
Is this the white symbol?
That's the white symbol, yeah. That's the white symbol. It can be done with by forage harvesting. Okie dokie. Well, we'll put that on the to-do list because that requires buying more expensive machinery.
Yeah. Oh my god, I stopped in time. Never happened before. Especially when there are scientific experiments going on, which are distracting.
So, put that on the shopping list. Alexa, please add forage harvester to the shopping list. I've added a forage harvester to the shopping list. Thank you, Alexa. It's something we'll have to get one day anyway, because I'm going to want to do poplars eventually as well at some point on this map. And obviously a forage
Maybe
harvester is very good for doing
corn
poplar.
forage harvesting. When you do corn forage harvesting, do you have to do it before it's completely grown? Or?
Yes, you have to do it while it's growing, while it's green. You can't do it when the field's yellow. It's too late then.
It's also a little bit
the same goes for most of the crops actually. Most of the crops on the map.
Especially when the field is not growing at the same time, you know.
If you are forage harvesting any of the crops, it needs to be done whilst they're growing. I think it's when they're in the either the dark green or the sort of the green just before that stage.
So the last two stages.
Field 3 would be ideal for forage harvesting at the minute, and field 23 would be ideal for forage harvesting. So the last two sort of growing stages are, I think, when you can forage harvest.
It's not a contract, right? It doesn't give you a contract for that.
No, there's never any forage contracts, sadly. None of the AI farmers ever do silage or anything, so...
Forage harvesting is a big thing in cattle and crabs.
It is, because it's how you make all the cow food and how you make all your money from the BGA and everything. So, yeah, it's a huge part of cattle and crabs. Huge part of that game. Pretty much the only part of that game, because it's the only bit they've made so far. The rest of the farming is completely missing, you know.
You can also buy cows, male cows.
You can buy bulls. You can't buy cows. You can't buy cows. I don't know whether the cattle and craps developers know this, but if you buy 2 bulls, you're not going to be able to make baby cows. That's not how Mother Nature works, you know. You know, Cattle and Crops developers. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Just saying.
But Adam and Steve works also.
Yeah, Adam and Steve is okay. Don't worry. I have no issue with Adam and Steve, or you know, anybody like that or anything like that. Let's not get me wrong. But unfortunately, at this moment in time, it's completely impossible for two animals of the same gender to make baby animals.
Yeah.
So Cattle and Crops has got it wrong. It's got the game a bit wrong, because you're never going to be able to make babies without some cows. But people argue the same thing about Farm Sim. Farm Sim's like, well, all your cows are cows. Where's the bull in Farm Sim? And they'd be quite right. It's a bit like you the other night. You said, why are the chickens making eggs when there's no cockerel? You're quite right there, Mr. Helgi.
It's the task of the farmer then.
Game does not simulate everything. It tries to do it a little bit more with Seasons. Seasons introduces the whole male animals and female animals. And you can't breed animals without having males and females. So Seasons gets that bit right. It's just a shame that you can't play with that aspect of the game without having all the other Seasons rubbish. What would be really nice is if you could get a version of Seasons, but you could actually turn off the bits you don't want.
Yep.
Because I would love to have the changes that Seasons does to animals and the changes that Seasons does to weeds in the game. But I don't want all the restrictions that Season gives you on, like, when you can plant crops, when you can't plant crops, when you can harvest crops, when you can't. I don't want all that nonsense. But I do like some of the other bits of it, bits of the game. Field 5's going to need ploughing. It's also going to need lime after Mr. Helgi's done the potatoes. So that will be a case of lime, then plough.
Or a case of fertilizing, lime, plough, fertilizing.
Well, if you do fertilising, lime, plough, you can just go straight to seeding then. You don't need to do fertilising again.
True. True. Do we put potatoes on it again?
Yeah, can do. Field 5 seems to make a nice amount of potatoes. It seems to be pretty good size. Gives you a decent amount for you to steam and wash and put in the machine.
Yep. Do we have enough sugar beets left?
We've got loads of sugar beets.
Feeding animals.
We've got tons of sugar beets. I think the day we run out of sugar beets. Oh, broke it.
Far away.
Broke it. Broke the mod. Uh-oh. Press the wrong buttons. I got rid of my GPS lines. Start with field 9. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you have to be sneaky when you drive in. Did you crop destruct anything?
I didn't crop destruct, no, but I did get stuck on the I did get stuck on the hedge.
I was so careful sneaking in that I didn't do crop destruction because I feared I would do.
I think the mower can do
like
crop destruction. I don't think the mower can.
Oh, yeah, he can on Hof Bergman. He can.
Yeah, well, that's Hofbergman. That's a weird map made by weird people and make weird maps.
No, it's Germans.
Yeah, weirdos.
Weird people. Oh my god.
I'm surprised on Hofbergman there isn't a shrine to the Hof anywhere. And every day you must go and pray at it to get your maximum yield.
Wir werden euch vernichten. Ihr werdet alle sterben. Something like that.
So am I doing normal alfalfa here, or am I doing dry alfalfa?
Or silage alfalfa.
I might do normal alfalfa on field 9. I might do the dry alfalfa on field 12, because field 12 is a bit bigger and you've got more room to turn around and use the tedder. I'm stuck on the bloody hedge again. Stevie.
And you're mowing the side as well?
No, I'm not mowing the sides. I'll turn around.
Yeah, usually when I turn around, I mow some grass.
Yeah, well, I make sure my mower is turned off before I leave the field. And my mower's not turned on whilst I'm turning around.
Uh-huh.
I like to keep all the swath on the field where it's supposed to be. But it's challenging because that hedge is really not very useful.
Do you want to pick up the potato swath?
You're going to do potato straw?
Yeah.
I think you should do potato straw. Potato peel. That would
Potato
be very
cloud.
good. Pick up all the potato peel because that would be great for pig food. Pigs love potato peel. From all your peelings from your Sunday roast potatoes when you're doing your Sunday spuds. Oops. Someone forgot to lower the mower. But yeah, I'm gonna have to have a go then at some point of doing alfalfa with the forage harvester. With a forage harvester. Once we've invested in one and we're putting it to good use on the map. So that's when we kind of want poplars then, and then we'd want factories that can take the wood chips. Make boards and barrels. And then wood chips become very profitable. I have got the mod installed now which lets me place more of the factories. So I will be able to put a few more of them down now. All the ones we don't have so far, and then if I need to put any extras down and double up on some of the ones that maybe are a little bit slow at producing stuff, then we can maybe tuck in a few extra ones of those to get through stuff, to get stuff processing. Well, there's plenty of spaces we can find to stick buildings. This map.
Even those big ones. Big ones.
Well, all them big ones, they'll go. They would. I would imagine they would go at the silage at the BGA. You'd place all the things like the big compost machine and the big fertilizer factory and stuff down there. And that's where that would make the most sense. corn to harvest. Field 14. Field 13. One of the two. Right, hours.
Is the contract for sunflowers harvest.
Ah, sunflowers is it on that field? I thought it was corn. Sunflowers. Sunflowers. I reckon that's got to be grass there. It's got to be grass. That can't be alfalfa because it's a different colour and texture. Somebody spilled some.
Left over from last time.
Yeah, I think that must be some leftover grass that somebody mowed.
Accidentally, yeah.
I can't believe it's Friday today. Where's the week gone? I feel like it felt like it was only Monday like yesterday. Well, that just me that thinks like that.
It was a long week on my point of view. Mow, lots of mowing.
for...
By the way, I declared my lottery numbers for the tomorrow's lottery as the ones that will count, the best numbers in the world, and they don't have to do the lottery tomorrow. And all the other numbers might the lottery be. It's all wrong. It's all illegal numbers. Yeah. I win.
The guy who does the lottery, and he's got right, that line, those 6 numbers there, they're the winning 6 numbers. They're the winning 6 numbers. And that second line, although it looks a lot like the first line, it is ever so slightly different, because that is 5 numbers plus the bonus ball, so that's the second prize as well. So I'm winning both the lottery and the second prize.
It's nice colors with this. What's it called? Violet
Yes.
and green.
Alfalfa's a nice crop. Breaks up the green.
Potato contract almost finished. Could actually, if you harvest a field that later on, the field in the map looks like stars and stripes, that or Union Jack would be great. Wonder if that hasn't been done by somebody.
And all different crops.
You see, you have now blue and red, and then you have to plow the red in order to get the white stripes. It's the line. You have to think about something, something like that.
Probably easier to do the German flag on a field. You'd have need for ploughing at the top, ready for harvest in the middle, and withered at the bottom. That's how you get your red, yellow, and black.
Black, red, gold. It's not yellow, it's gold. Unbelievable.
Yellow on everything I look at.
It is. You can't afford gold anymore.
Russians would have had that away in 1944.
They just have two colors, it's even easier. Or the Polish flag, red and white. Isn't the Russian similar?
Honestly, the only flag the Germans should ever need now is a white one.
A white one. Yeah, we have a white flag. We have the white eagle on the white background.
How long it's going to take to mow this field next week when we're using the hand mower. Oh boy.
Yeah. But then you see the guy walking actually, or how is it?
Yeah, you see the guy. You see your guy pushing the mower.
Oh my God!
You see your guy pushing it. Your character. I definitely need to get the Santa hats back at that point. Ready for Christmas. So you can see all the little elves mowing the grass.
they could have something like a breakdown on the field where the wheel fell off or something. When it's damaged more than 50%, some accidents happen. You have to come with the repair machine, with the thunder, repair it before you can continue. It happens in real life.
Yeah.
Hydraulic brakes and stuff. Service team has to come,
Need to give us like,
especially during harvest time.
they need to give us like car mechanic simulator, but of the tractors and stuff in Farm Sim,
Yeah.
where we take them to bits and have to put new bits on them, service them, change the filters, put new oil in, all that sort of stuff. That would be cool. I'd give an extra element to the game. Actually having to repair your vehicles.
It's one guy only working in the repair shop then. All the time. I don't bother with harvesting, I'm just fine with repairing your equipment. Getting full. It's 150,000 liter taters.
Nearly full. I'm gonna empty it for you in a minute.
No, just driving the tractor back to the farm. Or the truck. Put it in the washer.
Here's me worrying about making nice neat lines, and I realise I've still got to flipping TED this, and then it's going to spread it all everywhere. It's going to spread it everywhere again anyway. So why am I worried about doing nice neat rows everywhere?
To mow efficiently.
Right, slippity-doo-dah then. Slippity-doo-dah. Slippity-o. Oh, I did a 360 on me. Ooh, cows.
What happens? Why can't I get closer? Can I not zoom in very far? Let me get into the truck. How far can you zoom in? Very far. You can see the driver in the cab very close. Right?
Yeah.
Jump into the harvester of the potatoes and I try to zoom in from the outside. Tell me how far you can zoom in.
On a potato harvester? Probably not far, because
Yeah.
you're gonna probably start hitting the collision then of the machine.
No, try check it out. I'm outside. You can jump in.
Find the harvester.
You're not jumping in, or otherwise only two.
That's as far as I can zoom in. I can see the back of the machine.
Yeah, but going in the front, you cannot zoom into your driver.
Oh,
It's very far away, you see?
that's as close as it'll let me.
It's funny, because all the other vehicles allow you much closer range.
It's probably the collision on the header stops you. Potato header. It puts like an invisible wall up that says you will not go any closer.
Okay, let's see. If I disconnect it. No, it's not the header. It's the harvester. It's the harvester. Maybe that you can't go into the machine at the end. It allows you only to get close to the machine, but not inside the machine. Yeah.
Most important thing is you can zoom out a long way. That's the more beneficial thing. Zooming in really close is not as important as being able to zoom right the way out of a vehicle.
You can fly up into the sky in this game. And this is a mod, right?
Extended camera view mod, yeah. As you zoom out further. And lets you zoom back in again.
Child, if you turn over the turned over grass, it will get wet again.
Cattle and crops. What a load of rubbish. Have a look at your field. The top half of the grass is dry. The bottom half of the grass is wet. Now turn it over. So you turn it over. Now check your field and see what the grass looks like. Well, now it's all wet again.
And then it starts raining.
What the game should have done was ask you to pick up the dry half of the grass off the top. And then pick the bottom half up later when it's gone dry. Didn't like that.
I get something to drink.
This is where Mr. Hoagie comes back with about a 6-pack of beers, a couple of whiskies. And he's like, I'm all set for farming. You let me have a harvester and I'll do it. And he's back with 6 beers, 2 whiskies, and a vodka chaser.
I'm just make a cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee? Late in the night for coffee? You'll be wide awake
Late?
in a minute.
Late.
You'll be wide
I'm not
awake. You'll be
awake.
wired.
Coffee doesn't wake me.
This is the time of the
Takes
evening
so
where you
much.
want a nice cold beer in a nice cold glass.
Ugh.
Nice lager. Or a nice cider. That's what you want. My little red tractor's done some work today. This machine's done some work. It did all the mowing and stuff earlier. Now doing the alfalfa. It's a good little workhorse, this case. Good little workhorse machine. Spinny round disky wheel things.
Some rows and then I'm done.
Potato rows. Potato rows. Spuds. Lots of spuds. Mighty potato harvest will be complete. Potatoes on field 17, that would be nice. Farmer, there's an idea for you, farmer. Go put some potatoes on field 17 and then we'll harvest that instead.
Is it harvested cotton or is it wizard cotton?
I think it's
Sweet
harvested. I
17.
think it was harvested. Sure, it was harvested. Yes, it's harvested. He did do it. He did do it in the end. The farmer did. Despite the fact I think he was really hoping we were going to do it. He ended up doing it himself. I've done the harvest, but I would have needed more than 18,000 for the privilege. And he just wasn't offering enough money. If he'd offered more money, I'd have done it. But for 18 grand, not a chance. Not a field of that size. I value my time much more. Can't put a price on my time and sanity. Bloody hell. You've made a mess, look. GPS freaked out then.
What is going on with field 11?
I think it's now ready for harvest.
Oh yeah, just turned over.
It's turned over. The soybeans went from green to white as I was driving towards them.
I wish it was Friday night.
You wish it was Friday night?
Yeah.
I do too.
Oh, it's Friday night.
I wish it was
My
Friday
wish
night.
came true.
I wish it was Friday night. But obviously it's not Friday night.
Oh my God.
It can't be
Happened
Friday
to the
night.
week.
It cannot be Friday night. It can't be. And there's one very good and easy way to know that it's not Friday night. Because you have to ask yourself, did I have a chippy tea tonight? The answer is no. So therefore it can't be a Friday night. Because everybody knows it's the law to have chippy tea on a Friday night.
So what happened to the chippy tea? Was the shop closed? Were people too lazy to go there, pick it up?
I don't know what went wrong. I don't want to ask the question because I've already fallen out with the chef tonight.
Why, were you busy playing?
No,
And the food was ready?
No? No, my argument tonight is the one I've had a couple of times now. In that when somebody... Now, again, I don't know how things are done in Germany. It might be a bit different in Germany, I don't know. Generally speaking, when you cook food, Mr. Helgi, and you've cooked your food, and then you serve your food and put it on the plates for people, do you then take the plates of food, put them back in the oven, and start cooking them all over again?
Well, you can keep them warm if you want. If you have to keep food warm, you can do it.
I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I think once the food is cooked and it's on the plate, just leave it on the plate. Just leave it on the side.
Maybe
The
it
minute
gets
you,
cold.
if you put it back in the oven, all you're doing is cooking it more and more. You're eventually going to burn it and dry it all out. And also, there's the whole health and safety issue
And
that
you
when the
should not
poor
do it at
person,
100 degrees C.
when the poor person like me comes to the oven to pick the plate out of it, he burns his fucking hands.
Then clearly the oven was too hot. Was too hot.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Once the food's been cooked once and it's been put on the plate, just leave it. Just leave it. If it goes cold, it goes cold. I accept that. I take the risk. 9 times out of 10, if it goes cold, I'm still going to eat it. And honestly, once it's cold, I can eat it faster. Having deja vu. Deja vu. I've already done this once today. Now let's see if the alfalfa behaves better than the grass did. When I windrowed the grass, the windrower kept putting blobs of grass all over the place. No, it's done blobs, look. It's done blobs. Why is it doing blobs? Stupid windrower.
Would you pick it up as a loading wagon or can you bale it?
You can bale it. The only problem is where we're going to keep a massive stack of bales. Where are we going to keep a massive stack of bales?
Put the bales in the silo anyway.
Please, no more blobs. Oh, he's done blobs again there, look. Doing blobs. I'm supposed to put it in a line. Machine.
Where do you want to put the individual stuff? Like the windrow, alfalfa.
All wants to go in the silo. All wants to go in the silo. It's just a pity that you can't use it in the cow food machine. That's the only thing that kind of annoys me a little bit. That we can't use like the dry alfalfa as like hay substitute. And we can't use like alfalfa silage as silage substitute. So like the cow food machine will only take like proper alfalfa, proper hay and proper straw, which is very, very limiting, very restrictive.
If you think what you have to do to get alfalfa, and for forage harvesting, you have to be 2 people, or you have to have a mod.
Yeah, you'd have to have the follow me guy driving next to you with the forage harvester. Excellent. Cut that, okay. For some reason it just wants to do blobs at the start of every row. And halfway down the row it just randomly throws in a blob at the side of the windrow for no reason.
I haven't noticed that before.
Two there, what? What?
Hmm.
Options anywhere for me to do anything about the windrow. Just making a mess for the sake of making a mess. Bad windrow. You only had one job. Sure. Road again. What I should do at all, was it? Go over a row twice, it does put the blobs back where the blobs are supposed to be. It just seems a bit more hard work. And it should just do it first time. Moo cows. Cows. The field's been mowed. Of course, because I win road, I've got the benefit of GPS. Makes loading wagoning a bit easy.
Except those spots where the swath is so wide that you have to drive twice across it.
The windrow's got a bit freaking weird. Don't know why it's done that. No need for it to do that. It should have just made a single nice row. Why it's felt the need to do blobs everywhere. And then put stuff randomly at the side of the row. Like there. There's no reason for that to be there. again. Yeah.
Drive from the right side.
I drive on the side that the lag allows me to drive on. Yes, you don't want lag. Lag's horrible. Not much more left, thankfully. Don't fall. Harmful. That was a Laura Alpha.
Mm-hmm. Now comes the beta. The beta.
Beta?
Yeah. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta.
Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Lima Juliet Kilo Mike November Oscar Papa Romeo Quebec Sierra Tango.
Excellent.
Umbrella Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee
And there
Zulu.
are many alphabets like NATO alphabet and all that stuff. It's the NATO alphabet that you just said, I think.
I think it is. I think that was it. It's the one used by the police anyway.
Juliet, Foxtrot, Echo, things like that.
Yeah.
Hotel Lima.
Hotel Lima Indigo Juliet Kilo Mike November Oscar Papa Romeo Quebec Sierra Tango Umbrella Victor X-Ray Yankee Zulu.
Doolida.
And it serves no purpose knowing that. I don't know why I know it.
Well, it does have a
I
purpose.
learnt it as a kid, I think, playing with my Action Men toys. We all had call signs when they were on the radio. We all spoke in that gibberish.
And if you have to give some important information, and then you have to give it letter by letter. When they say niner instead of nine.
Oh yeah, when you're talking on the phone with companies, you have to give them that information. Like when they want your postal code, you have to use the... But I like it. I like the people that just make up random things.
Yeah.
You know?
It works.
Yeah, it's B for Brussels sprout. And it's K for karate.
Corona. K for Corona. For COVID. That's a C, you idiot. It's not a K.
Rapidly putting down fertilizer, I take it. Or me.
I think I have to adjust the liters per hectare on this sprayer.
The litres per hectare. And also your kilograms per hectare. Have you got the right... Have you loaded up the right amount of kilos of fertilizer?
And the right combination?
Got the right ratios of N, P and K? Got the right ratios? Right, I'm going to have a quick trip down to Factory City, see what all the factories are doing. Couple of pallets of sugar. Going for crisps. We've got a couple of pallets of crisps. No, the eggs are going to need shifting soon, so it's whatever else I can grab and sell with the eggs. Chickens start to cry about having no room. I've still got room down here for some more factory buildings. There's a big bit of land here to put some factories on. A couple more we could throw down there. Plenty of flour. Plenty of sunflower oil. Also got the agras. Placeable area down here somewhere. And then... No, and then. And then. And then. Oh, what movie is that from? That's going to annoy me now. And then. Dude, where's my car? Jeez, Gromit.
Wow. Sell it. It's a lot of money.
Oh. Go get ourselves a trailer. Got the eggs turn. Handbrake turn. Pallets. What? Sorry, chickens, I'm about to steal all your eggs. Good if I can get the trailer in the shed. Who's left a loading wagon, auger wagon, rather inconveniently placed. Park it back properly. Sick drift, bro. Sick drift. Whoa, jackknife sitting. You jackknifing on me. Playing around with us. Cheese from the cheese factory.
Going to the supermarket. Or Agnes. Huh?
Grab as much as I can from everywhere at the minute.
Okay.
Give me all my crisps, please. All my sugar. So let's see. We've got cheese. We've got all sorts of stuff. Cheese is worth 1,775 US mil.
Only
At the minute.
cheese.
1,775. Flour's worth 1,780 US mil. Sugar is worth 2,410 at the US mil.
Oh, cheese was 2,000 something or so.
Chips are a little bit worth a bit more at Jeeves Mill, but I'm probably not heading to Jeeves Mill. What will the US mill give me for Eggy Weggies? Eggy Weggies? Any Eggy Weggies? Yeah. So really, it's US mill, I think. Go. Then I want to go get the sunflower oil. Bring that back. Put it in the chip factory, the crisp factory. Off. Bales. Everything is loose now on my trailer. Where I roll it over, going around a corner, and everything goes flying everywhere. And it ends in an epic disaster. Massive fail.
It was 100 size.
What's going on? Stop.
No, the 13th 14 size.
We're getting lag because that thing was driving itself then for a second.
That's 120 size. $13. 140 size. Oh, 170 size.
We made lots of money. Selling all the pallets of stuff. Now grab the sunflower oil, bring that up, put it in the crisp factory. Crisp factory will go, thank you very much. Here's some more crisps. I'll say thank you very much, I really like crisps. Have any cheese and onion? Be cheese and onion, hasn't it? Because everybody likes cheese and onion. Sunflower oil. Sunflower oil. This factory. Sunflower oil to the back. You all get unloaded. Sunflowers.
Now you can sell the what's it called? The dough, the flour.
Flour.
Yeah, and then pallets of flour as well next to the or was it sugar next to the sunflower oil?
It's flour next to the sunflower oil, but there was only 4 pallets there, so I'm going to leave that.
Okay.
I'm going to leave them for a little bit until they make a few more.
Is there any product in it?
Flour factory, yes. There's 90,000 litres of wheat or barley. Plenty of wheat or barley in it at the moment. Producing, it's just very slow. All these factories are very slow. But I suppose that keeps the balance, because they do pay good prices for the stuff. And if you was producing the stuff really, really quickly, you'd be making loads of money really quickly and you'd break the game. It wouldn't be cottle and craps then, would it, if you was making money?
No. Wouldn't.
A man with a lime spreader, and a man with a plough. Likes his Fendt, does Mr. Helby. He loves his Fendt tractor.
Compared to cottle and crabs, this is amateur farming here.
This is amateur hour. Amateur hour, this is. Stuck on something. Straw.
Dangerous straw.
And the farm barn sounds.
Oh, ooh, wow.
Mr. Helgi needs to go to bed. Coffee is not working, sir.
Oh.
You need to have it way blacker and way stronger. With extra caffeine. 6 scoops. In fact, just eat the coffee out the tin. Don't add water. Don't water it down. Eat it neat.
Eat the instant coffee with a spoon. Or even better, make a line. And go.
Put it in a hot water bottle like Mr. Bean.
And then he sneezes.
Bloke gives him his sandwich.
Yeah.
Bugger it, done it again. Driving into the wrong bit and I can't get out. There's no way out of the chicken area.
Shall I give you a map? I draw you a map. Selling washed potatoes or steamed potatoes.
No, I'm doing corn stalks at the minute. Seems we have some corn stalks left. Down to the silage, down to the BGA. And I might look to see if there's washed potatoes that need moving over into the steamer. Have a look at that.
I'm pretty sure.
They're all washed by now. BGA. No BGA. Only we had course play to sell the digester. Wouldn't that be amazing? Happy, happy trucking. Happy, happy trucking. There was a lamppost. Stupid lamppost. Lamppost jumped into the road again, Mr. Helgen.
Oh yeah, they do that.
looking at that field thinking, God, look at all the weeds on that field. I'm going to weed that field. And then I realised that's our barley. Not weeds. Not weeds. It's barley. It's grown quick. It was only planted a few minutes ago. Oh, somebody's stealing all the potatoes. Hardly any left.
I need to do it. I just dropped my contact lenses. Hold on.
Dropped his eyeballs, everybody. We're going to have to get him a dog now instead.
Okay.
Someone's just hoovered my brains out. Oh no, he's dropped his contact lenses and they've been hoovered up. They've been vacuumed. He's going to have to open the hoover bag to try and find his eyeballs. Oh. I couldn't do that in cattle and crops. If I did that in cattle and crops, the truck would keep going. Let's put all the potatoes into the steamer. Happy days. That's 1666 litres. Right, what do we have a lot of floating around that we could maybe do something with? Tons of digestate, look. Ridiculous now, we're at 500,000 litres of digestate. A lot of grass. That's silage. Total mixed ration. Sugar beets. What I'll do is I'll grab the loading wagon. The reason I'm going to grab the loading wagon is because then I can park it back in the shed properly when I'm done with it. Instead of leaving it there where it's kind of in no man's land. Empty some TMR out of here.
It's always so difficult to find the lenses when they drop down.
Yeah, especially when you vacuum cleaner them. Then you've got to go rummaging
that's
through
not
the
a
Hoover
vacuum
bag.
cleaner. That was an electric pump, air pump. To pump my toy up. Oh, okay. I think I'm tired.
Yeah, it's definitely night time. It's gone 11 PM for you. It's after 10 o'clock for me. It's late tonight. This is a late stream. This is bad.
I was a little late tonight.
You had family meetings. Had important things to do. Whereas I don't. I don't have important things to do.
I mean, not family, but my son came, my daughter-in-law, and my nephew. So everything was according to Corona laws.
Bunch of visitors, kick off of them out in the garden.
Take care. Have
Good
a good
night, sir. Good night, Mr. Helgi.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. Don't think the cows will eat much more than that. They might take a little bit. To be honest, I think I would sooner put it in the silo. The main thing is to keep the machine empty so that it keeps making. When it gets to 180,000 litres, it tends to stop. Same as the pig food machine. So you really need to make sure the output is empty on both of these machines, and then it can always be making, always be producing. So tomorrow we will have something to plant on field 5. We will have fields 9 and 12 to fertilise. We'll have 11 to harvest. And we might even get a bit of sugarcane done as well. There's the potential there for some sugarcane harvesting. It's the great thing I love about an auger wagon. You can unload straight into the silo with it. I'll empty the pig food as well. Might as well. Not got a lot of wheat, barley and oats left in there. Bit low. $40,000 litres of other bits and bobs. Now it's filling up. There you go, pigs. Who piggies? Pigs had some food. They enjoyed it very much. They liked the food. They liked the food very much. A little bit lacking in some areas. That's why we've gone for barley and oats next. There's two big harvests. There's a lot of barley and oats to take care of. Thankfully the pigs are going to be fully fed. Now we're over 900 chickens now. 900 chickens. They're going to produce tons of manure. Pigs, we've only got 24 pigs. Cows, we've got 43. Sheep. We've gained a few sheep. Not many. But, you know, we've gained a few. I think what have we gained? About 29 since we started with the sheep. Let's have a look quickly. Alfalfa silage, where can we sell that? Barn. Very handy. What we got in there? Bit. $170,000. Boom. Get one more load. How are we doing financially? Loan interest, we're only paying 30,000 back a day at the minute on the loan interest. So we didn't make a great deal of profit yesterday. We lost 352,000. I think that's because we bought a new machine. At the beginning of the week, we lost 644,000. So we must have bought a load of new stuff. Probably fields. That was probably me buying fields, I think. That's the only thing that can equate to 644,000 bucks. Because I must have bought fields. Probably 78. And then let's repay 100 grand. That brings us the debt down to an even million. Then no doubt, once we've sold all of the titters, we'll be well on the way. Right, folks, I am going to call it a night there. So, thank you to everybody who has been watching today. It is quite late, so thank you. I will see you all over the weekend at some point. We might be playing some Call of the Wild over the weekend, most likely. We'll be playing a bit more of that. Might even fire up the old house flipper. Maybe have a bit of a play with that at some point over the weekend. So, be sure to follow the channel if you're not already doing so. That way you get notified when I go live. So for now, everybody, thank you for tuning in this evening. Good night from me. Goodbye. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe.